No, no, no. Let's get this started. That was the end of the music. Come on now. Let's move on here. We got things to do. All the things are started. I've got some stuff moved around here. I think that's the thing. I think that's it. Let's do this. Let's get over here. There we are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is July 10th, 2025, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I've already seen a couple folks jump in, chime in here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. So good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let me say hello to our friends that are watching out there and chiming in live. C# Titan, good evening to you in Melbourne, Australia. Look at that, already running the hat command and getting on with my platform 9 3/4 hat. There you go. Frozen Fusion, happy Thursday to you. Hope you're having a great one. Lost my voice a little bit here. Gonna work on that. How you doing there? Dr. Talk in Adelaide. Hello, hello. Should I bring up the map with some of these folks greeting us so that we can take a look at that? So we got a handful of Australians already tuned in. This is great. Yeah, I'll bring up the map so we can go through that a little bit and folks can see. There we go. Let's just scoot this over a smidge. There we go. Yeah, and zoom out. There we go. C# Titan with a question. I'll come back to that in just a second. Certainly, Dev, making C# cool again. I never allowed it to become uncool. There's folks in the tech community that are on. There's three different sides of C#. There's the C# was never cool because it was written by Microsoft. How dare you give respect to this product? C# is really cool. We enjoy using it. You know what? They've added so much stuff into C# and they're trying to do so many things with C#. It's just not cool anymore because it does everything. Well, okay. So, you know what? It's okay that it does everything. You don't have to use every part of the language. So, there's things that you don't have to use. So, that's totally a thing. Let me get some music playing in the background here and we'll continue greeting our friends. This is called Echoes of Time. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. Use it wherever you'd like. You can find more in different genres available at streambeats.com. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for this music we're listening to today. I'll come back to that question, C# Titan, and some of those I can't really answer, but we'll get into it. Yeah, Mythin, how you doing there? Let me see here. That's right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And C# Titan correctly identifies the double meaning, the pun in the title here. C# was originally called cool. So, for the C-like object-oriented language. Good morning. How you doing there, Robson Previato? You like my video on custom tracing? Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. There's more of those coming. Lots more of those coming. We're working hard to add more and make it a little bit more fun with some of the stuff that you can do with .NET Aspire. Those next level things. Great. You got it installed. You got it wired up. Now what? And there was a comment that I saw on, I think it was on Twitter this morning. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. But that I responded to. And we get these questions all the time. And it's frustrating because these people, quite frankly, aren't reading or listening to us. And when they do, it's, well, I don't understand. Hey, Ionescu, thank you so much for the resub.
7 just resubscribed for 34 months. 34, 43, 34.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the resub. Yeah, let me grab this over here. Aspire is a solution looking for a problem. Not really sure why they keep pushing it so much. Nobody in an enterprise environment is going to use it. Does your enterprise need logging? Maybe you need metrics so you can observe performance. Aspire does all of that with no code changes to your app using standard open telemetry that you can review with many different tools. And our friend David Fowler says, I'll take that bet. They didn't just build a tool in a framework without testing out and figuring out how this plugs in, right? But this question literally comes up every week. I don't understand this. Can somebody explain it to me like I'm 5? Dude, watch any of my videos. Tune in here. Like, the advantages of having the exact same environment built, managed, orchestrated, described with C#, with sensible standards, security features, all described and built, and you can ship as NuGet packages. Really great stuff. You're going to see more of that as we go through stream today because I really enjoy building with .NET Aspire. So there's that. Hey there, Lazy Dev. How you doing there? Ice Cream Stick Model. Good to see you. How's it going there? Robson Previato. Billy Cool. Looks like I didn't sleep well last night. Nah, I'm all right. I'm okay. You started using MS Edit on Linux? Nice. Nice. Angry Ginger Dad, greetings to you in Denmark. Look at that. We have some of the clustering coming together there. And when you zoom in, I wanted to break that cluster up so that we can see a little bit more details there, but we'll get to that in a bit. Smirking Squiggly, how's it going there? What is today's agenda for stream? I added a feature to Charlie last night. I've got my new display set up here, and because it's not connected with a USB-C, I don't have full touchscreen interaction with it. That's frustrating. Maybe there's something I'm missing and I can get wired up here, but I'll look more into that later. If they want .NET on Linux, you can have .NET on Linux. I mean, we can do some streams this month on Linux. I've got the gear. You did not see? Yeah, I did the clustering off stream, and it's kind of clumsy. It really just looks at locations within a certain distance and then groups them together. And I feel like there's a better way to do that because when you zoom in, break up the cluster, let me see more of the details there. When I'm zoomed out to to see the full world map here, yes, group some things together, but when I zoom in, break them up and let me see a little bit more details. Look at that, trying to get the Antarctica. Nope, didn't get the Antarctica. Aspire nudges you in the right direction, says Smirking Squiggly, so that you have your open telemetry in order before you get to prod. Facts. Jay's here from Manchester. Look at that, we got the UK grouping coming together there. Nice. Question about Linux and .NET comes up frequently as well. You're right, Smirking Squiggly. And the interesting thing about that is .NET's been running on Linux for 10 years. You're asking about something regarding a technology that you haven't looked at in 10 years. Those folks who are asking that question. Come on. Come on. Weird Beard Dev, hello to you. Patty Boy, how you doing in Glasgow? Lazy Dev asking, is Bob Tabor still working at Microsoft? Let me take a peek. I think he is. I haven't talked to Bob in a while. He's still at Microsoft. The Open Telemetry talk at NDC. Cool. Let me clean up a couple of these. Catching up on some questions. Let me start here with this one. What are my thoughts on the AI band The Velvet Sundown created by Suno? How do I think this is going to affect new and aspiring musicians going forward? So here's the deal. Over the last 50, 60 years, music has changed, shifted. We've seen electronic inspiration, we've seen machine-generated inspiration, and now artificial intelligence-generated music. I look at that and I see this as just another evolution of ways to produce music. Are you going to turn into go out to a concert that's put on by an electro synth band, Styx? Yeah, they happen to be using electric instruments, and they're generating some of the sounds that they use and they perform in their music. Are you going to turn out to go to a concert from a band like Daft Punk, where it's all electronic? They've generated, they recorded, they put down those tracks, and really they're just DJs putting together those various sounds at different points, and they're using turntables and keyboards to assemble that sound. Yeah, you are. But at the same time, there's still a place for Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters to show up and play an awesome concert, for Metallica to show up and literally perform. They performed in Virginia a couple months ago. They performed and the crowd was so loud and so excited that it created an earthquake. It was visible on the Richter scale nearby. Artificial intelligence creating, crafting, shaping music is just another evolution of the art form. Is it detracting from folks who perform guitar by hand, play trumpet by hand, perform on a piano and drums by hand? No. It's just another way that music is generated. Are you going to be able to go to a concert and watch the artificial intelligence perform? No. But here's the deal. Most musicians, they make most of their income going on tour, performing live at concerts. The income that comes in from a recording that's being played back on Spotify or the radio is peanuts. You can't live on that, especially if you're a band with multiple performers. You can't. Is an artificial intelligence band going to be able to generate a lot of songs and cover that in volume? Maybe. But I think there's something to be said about we'll know that this is an artificial intelligence band, and some folks are going to like that, and some folks aren't. So, there's just different. It's different ways to consume and appreciate the art, and some folks like that, some folks won't. So, and that's okay. You can like different genres of music and different artists. So, I don't have a problem with it. But it might not be my cup of tea. So, thanks so much for the question. Appreciate it. Let me take a look around here. There was another question from C# Titan here. Reading online that Microsoft canceled a lot of Xbox games in studios. I wouldn't say a lot. There are descriptions available online about what was impacted, there were games and studios that were impacted at the beginning of July 2025. I'm not part of those decisions. I don't have any insight into why they made those decisions. I go back to some of the statements that I made previously on that. It's a lot of money to invest, to build games, to manage studios, and when you make the decisions to close them and to cancel them, those are several $100 million projects and studios that have been shut down, abandoned, and that's investment lost. They must have a good reason for that change in direction, but I don't understand it. And for some of the upcoming games that they were planning, I'm sad to hear it. Hopefully those folks can take their IP, spin off, and still continue and finish their games appropriately. I don't know, but we'll see. So, thanks for the question. Continuing down here. Oh, let me go to this question from Crispy OX. How you doing there, Crispy? Just started your C# journey. Any advice? I'm starting from zero. You're a visual learner. You can't do books. Okay. I've gotten a little bit of feedback over the last few months about my series C# in the Cards. It's a very visual series. It's a series that has interactive notebooks to help you learn the language, learn some of the basics in a way that you can actually touch and try and experiment with the language. No questions asked, no impact on your machine, on things possibly crashing or having problems. So it's a very low stress approach to it. I think that's a great way to approach the content. There's other great videos on the .NET YouTube channel. There's about 40 from me teaching the specifics of C#, teaching some of the frameworks that you're going to get into, because you're going to want to take your C# programming language and build web applications, build desktop applications, mobile applications. And we go through and show you all of those capabilities. So that's where I would take a look at. There's great material on learn.microsoft.com. It's not all visual, but the videos, the beginner videos that you'll find on youtube.com/DOTNET will get you pointed in the right direction. My video series there is in a playlist called Learn C# with C# Fritz. All right. Good luck to you. The crew that hangs out in the Discord and hangs out here on these channels, the YouTube channel, the Twitch channel, always happy to answer questions and help folks. All right, Crispy? Best of luck to you. Thanks so much for the question. Continuing through my list here. Yeah, that's right, Eric. When was it not? You're welcome, C# Titan. I'll go to this question from the Neo. Hey, what's the map about? This is a feature of my new chatbot. What's a common pattern that I've seen on many of my streams, because I've been doing this for more than 7 years. Folks like to tune in and say, hey, good morning from wherever it is that you're watching from. And I looked at that and said, well, why don't we actually record that, share that location? If you're sharing that location with us in chat, let's put it on a map, and it'll help you see that, hey, you know what? There are a couple folks that are watching in Australia. There's somebody watching in Japan, somebody watching in southern India, whole bunch of folks watching from Europe. Look at that. And we've got a couple folks that are already watching from the States, and to be able to see that and share that is kind of fun. So, yeah, there you go. So when you say hello, when you greeting, there you go. Good morning from Belgium, and I think we got another Belgium pin dropped in there. Let me check. Yep, It picked up your message, the Neo. So when you just say hello and hey, I'm watching from, the bot will pick up that location and drop a pin on the map. Similarly, the chatbot has features where when folks ask questions and I put it up as a lower third like this, it automatically is going to grab this message and the title of your question and drop it into a forum in the Discord. This way, if there's a question or something, maybe you saw part of the stream and you want to go back and see my answer or discuss further, you can go over to the Discord, click right through to the video immediately, and we've got that discussion that can happen in that thread a little bit further down. So I think that's a cool way to make things like this accessible and fun and easy to do. Now, I have a number of streamers that are very interested in getting this map feature in their stream. When I'm done building some things about Charlie, we'll get this. See, I've got some problems like the YouTube avatars don't always come through. We'll get this cleaned up and over there and shared so that other folks can use this and have a good time on their streams as well. So, all right. Thanks so much for the question, the Neo. Let me do. All right, so we've answered 4 questions today. That's great. Let me take a look back in chat, see if there was anything I missed. You think human-made stuff? Lazy Dev says, I think human-made stuff will be even more valuable once everything will start to be AI generated. Yes, Lazy Dev. I think you are talking about a fantastic thing that I think is going to happen on this curve of AI usage and interaction. We're at the beginning of using AI to do more and more productive things for us, to simplify and make it easier for us to interact with those things that take a lot of effort, a lot of toil. And we're starting to head up the left side of the curve. I think we're going to reach. Should I do this in Paint? Oh, fine. I'll start Paint. Paint. Oh, I have too many screens and things connected here. I just wandered off screen. Try Image Creator. Gee, thanks. Okay, fine. Go away. Draw a standard distribution curve. On a graph. Yeah, it is. Lana Lux would like that Pomodoro overlay. I've improved it a little bit, UNESCO. I'll show you what I got here in a second. Can we make this a little bit bigger? And we'll zoom in a little bit. Eric, I did not, and that's on my to-do list for today. Really, you're giving me some. You're taking this long to draw a standard distribution curve. You make me sad. Do I have a way to stop this? No. There we go. Cool. Give me one of those. All right. Fantastic. Right. So standard distribution curve, it's my belief, and as an observer of the tech community, it's my belief that we are right about here. Yeah, that's what I want. And I think for the next year, we're going to be in this space. I think that's 2025. Right? And I think we're scaling this, right? This is here. Let me put a title on that thing, right? Somewhere up here. Right. Where's my font? There it is. Oh, come on. AI use versus AI use over time. Oh, nope. AI use over time, right? It's my belief that this area right here is going to happen in 2027. And somewhere over here in 2028 and later is going to be the realization of, we've used so many tokens. This is really expensive. You know what? We need more humans engaging, interacting here, because what's happening with the AI, even though the AI is getting smarter and doing more things, what's happening is we're losing control over exactly what's going on. The human touch has been completely lost, and we're going to end up coming over here. Hopefully Twitch doesn't nick it. See, that's just it. Twitch won't grab it because it's the map is... Yeah, no, they won't. What is what pimple? Pimple? Where do you see a pimple? Hey Badger, broski, C-Sharp's been cool this whole time. Totally agree. Do I think AI usage is going to drop off that quickly? I'm talking 3 years out. We're going to hit a point here where the amount of tokens that are being overused on things... I just used how many tokens to generate this? Like... Did I really need to use tokens to generate that? No. But this is how I believe the use of AI is going to crest and back off a little bit. Hey, Alu!
Subscribed for 29 months. 29 months.
Thank
and
you.
I've learned way more about visual sharp than ever from watching a guy named C Sharp Fritz.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let me see here. Catching up on chat. If it can help others too, if that's something that I can open and view and review here on stream, I would do that, Eric. I defer to you to help me make that decision. I'll come back to your question. C# Titan. Draw two eyes on the curve. We may run out of data to feed it. Yes, I agree. And that was Alu at tier 2. Thank you so much. That's great. I really appreciate the support for the channel. That's awesome. AI expectations versus usefulness. At the moment, prices go up. So McNett's here keying in on at the moment prices go up. I don't know if you've seen this, but on the Reddit, you know the Reddit, on the Cursor subreddit, there's a bunch of very upset folks because Cursor had to change their pricing model. So many folks are using Cursor and using the AI features in Cursor that they had to change their pricing model because... But they changed, I don't know about the because, but they changed their pricing model so that you're now being charged based on how many AI tokens you consume. And there are some folks that are getting billed thousands of dollars a month now, instead of just $30 a month as Cursor originally promised, but being billed thousands of dollars to generate and work on their code. I feel terrible for these folks. It is awful. But AI is expensive. AI LLMs in the cloud is expensive. And Cursor hit that point of the curve where, wait a sec. It's costing us at our level of popularity more than is sustainable for us to continue going forward. And that's what we're seeing folks back off and say, I don't want to pay this much for the AI tooling. And Cursor right now is over here on the graph, the curve. The way says, I fear that right now AIs are learning from AI generated content. So in a few years, the content will have a lot of bad slop coming out of AIs. The way that was the problem with DeepSeek. DeepSeek was trained on the output of GPT-4, GPT-3.5. Like, it was an AI that was trained on an AI, right? When you make a copy of something, right? Thinking analog, when you make a copy, right? You put something on a photocopier, you take a picture of a picture, you lose resolution. Things start to become fuzzy. In data, when you analyze already analyzed data, you lose data points. That might be okay if what you're looking for is in the middle two standard deviations. That might be okay. But if you're looking for something that's over here on the third standard deviation or over here on the third standard deviation, you're not going to find it. And that's a little bit of what you're seeing there. You made the code public, forgive the ugly hack. That's okay. There's a fair amount about this already in GitHub Copilot documentation. Yep. Wait, hang on. What was that question in regards to? I did talk briefly about Claude versus GPT the other day, and there is a bit of it in the Copilot documentation also. Chart also plots the world's population over time. Now that's an interesting thought. Maybe. Are the AI LLMs affected by the tariffs? No. Because they are not physical goods at the border that can be held up by customs. You're watching a video that's being produced in the United States. You're not paying anything in order to watch it from the United States. Similarly, I'm not paying anything extra to ship these freshly recycled electrons that are forming this video, to ship it to you in... No, go back to the map. Go back to the map, Fritz. In all of these locations. So, no. Digital goods right now and digital services are not affected by the tariffs. So, that's a thing. We'll see if President Voldemort figures that out. So, Copilot did change the limits and introduced limits on how you use the language models. Yes. The GPT models are GPT 4.0 and 4.1 are both free to use. The Anthropic models, there's their premium requests. You only have so many of those you can use each month before you can decide to up your subscription and buy more. So there's limits that have been placed. And that's really the agent interaction that you're doing with Copilot. If you're just doing standard code completion and code suggestions, that's all free to use. Yes, President, not sure. You can rack up a lot of money with the premium request. Yep. Gosh, that was exactly what I was just talking about. And you wrote it before me. Well done. Yes. Why don't people run it locally? It takes a lot of processing horsepower. You can run the smaller models locally, but unless you have a really fat, heavy video card that can do that processing, It's not going to come back as quickly as it does from the LLMs in the cloud. So it'll run, but you're not going to get that split-second return like you do from GitHub Copilot in the cloud. But either there will come a point, I believe, where the NPUs, where the video cards are less expensive, more capable, and running some of those language models that are trained for specific tasks, running them locally will be a thing. I believe that's in the future. However, right now, you need the horsepower that's available in the cloud. So, at what point will there be jobs solely to generate content to feed AIs? That's a great question. Don't know. Flat rate never made sense when a user can cost unlimited money, says 2.8. Totally agree. Totally agree. You think OpenAI also loses money on their $20 subscriptions? They are rate limiting on OpenAI. I was on the Chat GPT yesterday, the Chat Jippity. Let me see if I can find this. I was on the Chat Jippity yesterday, and I was playing around. And I keep all my photos of me in a folder called Me. And that's a thing. Because there are folks that request, hey, we need a photo for speakers at this event, or hey, we need a photo for what have you. So I was playing around and whatnot, and I decided to take a photo and load it into the Chat GPT and see what it would come up with. And not bad. So here, let me show you what and then it rate limited me. It stopped me after generating these 3 images. So I started with this picture. I was just hanging out on Discord with a couple of folks, and right, something typical, you know, hey, no big deal. But I took that and I said, why don't you make that anime style? And it gave me this. It got the C# on my hat and kept that persistent. The beard's not bad, all right, and kind of fits, and it got my eye color correct. Cool. And then I said, make me a Lego, and it did. We lost the C in the C#, but that's not bad. It got there, and pretty good, right? I can work with that. That's a fun Lego Fritz. Oh, go ahead, take a picture of that. There you go. And then I said, well, turn me into a Pixar character. This inspires me to lose more weight and thin out these cheeks. Oh, man. But that C# logo, pretty good. Got my eye color. And the beard is pretty close. So, but after generating those 3 images, ChatGPT cut me off and said, you can't generate any more images for the next 24 hours. So they're starting to rate limit also. I agree. A $20 subscription, you're going to hit the edge of that thing. So, when those data center and cloud bills start coming in after going viral, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. You're right, Nitro Piece. You're right. Don't give them any ideas. Can you imagine a gateway where they tariff internet traffic by origin? Korea is doing this. If you are a streamer, by streamer, a streaming service, Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, they're charging those services, YouTube, they're charging those services bandwidth fees for how much bandwidth they consume in Korea. So that's not a tariff. That's a reverse charge of the last mile, right? That last connection once that data enters the country, they've literally got a toll there, and they will charge you based on you, that company, not me, Twitch streamer. But Twitch is blocked in Korea for exactly that reason. But they will charge you those services. They're being charged by Korea for how much bandwidth they use. That's a thing. So we'll see if that goes to other places. Thanks so much for the question. Eric says the Aspire project uses local Docker to pull Olama and model. That's okay. 0x5 says, I like the new GitHub Copilot usage quota. Like cookies, I only use the premium requests when I need a boost. Yes. Yep. As a result, I put a lot more time into prompting. There you go. I was talking to someone yesterday, and they were showing me an AI project that they were working on. And this task that they were automating, and it was beautiful. It did so many things and did it accurately, and it was phenomenal, the output of this. I can't talk much more about that, but I can tell you, at the end, it reported how many tokens it used. 140,000 tokens. Dude, how often are you going to run that? Like, running 140,000 tokens is how much? Azure AI pricing per token. $2.50 per million tokens. That's on GPT 4.0, right? So $2.50 per million tokens. And I mean, so a tenth of that, right, is 25 cents. Each time that process runs is 25 cents. If you're running that process a dozen times a day, that's going to add up. But if you're running that process once or twice a month, who cares? Right? So there's a question of scale, how much you put into the prompts, how much you have agents work on, and then how frequently you're going to have that operate. In tools like Copilot and Cursor and Windsurf and some of these other AI editors, they're hitting and spending tokens, hundreds of tokens every time you press that button in Visual Studio, in Cursor, what have you. That's a lot that it's going to go through quickly. Yeah, it might be a penny or two each time somebody presses the Ask the Agent button. But when you have millions of people doing that all day, every day, for a month, those pennies are going to add up quick. But if it's something, like I said, that you do a couple dozen times a month, who cares? It's still less than the price of a latte. Lazy Dev mainly uses AI to bounce off ideas. Yes, Lazy Dev. Totally agree. For Lazy Dev, talking to an LLM feels like talking to myself, but the other Lazy Dev is from a parallel reality with a different way of thinking. I like that. Okay, I like where you're going. I use it to grow existing ideas, not for the AI to serve me solutions. Yes. Yeah, totally agree with you on that. And quite frankly, I've bounced some of the ideas for Charlie off of Copilot to get some additional ideas of what to build, how to extend, different things to do there. And I'll show you one of those in a little bit. Who's this? It's me. 28 says internet ingress egress tariffs coming soon. Don't give them ideas. They're already doing it. I think I missed that question from, oh my gosh, 10 minutes ago. I'm behind. Data center power could be affected by rising costs and trade issues, but not necessarily tariffs. So Nitro piece, you could, but here's the thing: the cloud giants, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they're multi-trillion-dollar companies, and they figured out, hey, we can build and run our own power plant the same way that we had a data center to run our bookstore, to run our search engines, and we started selling the excess compute power, and that turned into a business. We can buy and build and manage our own power plants and use that to power our own data centers cheaper at scale than buying from the power company. And we can recover some of those costs by selling the excess power back out to the grid. So, what solution would I recommend to automate 3D modeling tasks? I don't know. That's a really good question. I know there's I've seen a couple of folks talk about AI 3D model generators that are out there. Websites that you can go to and just key in a prompt and it will generate the 3D model for you. I haven't done that yet, but there are websites out there that do it. Eric uses Olama local, that way it only costs electricity. Yes, but it also costs you time. If it's taking too long to respond, and I was running into that issue here, Olama running locally, even off of my NVIDIA 3070 video card, was taking too long to respond for the application I needed it for. If I'm pre-calculating something, storing it in a database, and then going to use it later, cool. Then I don't mind if it takes longer. That's fine. Let me head back over here. GPUs used to train models are affected if the data center is in the States, and that extra cost has to go somewhere, says Seabiscuit. Buying those GPUs, yes, is going to cost money, and that tariff is going to cost more. Yes. Using the LLM, no, it's not going to cost more. But will they spread out the cost of that tariff that they pay on those GPUs across the LLM usage? At the scale that they're selling and using those models, you won't notice it. Once again, it'll be pennies because it's at scale. Surly Dev burned through whatever the free allowance was with the Copilot app in about 2 hours just chatting to it like it was your coworker. Switch to the GPT models, and you'll be able to use more because those are included. Yeah, not all of us have 5090s laying around. You're right. You're right, the Neo. Copilot responses sometimes feel like a reflection of my own thinking, but a lot more structured. And that's okay. That's okay, 0x5. Because if it helps to scratch that itch, if it helps you get past the blank sheet of paper problem, right? You know the blank sheet of paper problem. You know you have a task you want to work on. You know you have something you want to write. So you take out a sheet of paper, you open a notebook to a blank page, and you don't know how to get started. Tell the AI, tell Copilot, tell ChatGPT, hey, I'm thinking about this. I need some help getting started. Press enter and let it give you ideas. If it can get you unstuck, right? If your mind thinking about working on that task is stuck like the lid on a jar of pickles and you're struggling to get that open, let the AI take that shot and loosen it for you. Because you might get somewhere that you didn't expect. You might get inspired and ready to go and excited and ready to push in the direction there that is going to help you in the long run. Hey, PC nerd. Hello, hello. Can't wait to buy your GitHub Copilot USB stick from AliExpress for $10 in a few years. Oh, Billy. Claude rate limits on the non-API interfaces as well. Oh, okay. Okay. There you go. So we got the hat. Wreck-It Fritz. That's me. That's me. I look like Wreck-It Ralph's brother in that one. Have I tried SQL Server 2025 already? No, I have not. I'm not as much on the SQL Server watching monitoring train like I used to when I was a professional developer. Now I'm so focused on the .NET tools and technologies, I don't get into the database things as much. Patty Boy asks, is Windows Dev Home still a thing, and what does it provide? No. They've started backing off that. The audience for it just wasn't... It either wasn't picking up on it, wasn't using it. There was some vision where they wanted to take it. I believe they backed off on that, and you're not going to see that anymore. So, hey, Noterful, hello. In the Ukraine, yeah, no, it didn't plot that one. Right, it no, the last one it plotted was for VV3K. Find yourself using bigger prompts, using the premium models, given the new cost. Yeah, and I think that with the premium models that are out there on Copilot and the limits, I think we're going to see a use of those models that is similar to police speeding ticket quotas, right? You know about police speeding ticket quotas? At the beginning of the month, hey, we've got a quota. We need to hand out 100 speeding tickets this month. And in the first week, they give out a lot of speeding tickets. We're so far ahead of our quota. Weeks 2, week 3, you know what, I'm going to take it easy, going to hang out at the donut shop a little bit more, going to help out the little old lady down the street a little bit more. They get to the 4th week, crumbs, I need to finish and get to my quota, and they go out and they hand out more speeding tickets in the 4th week of the month. I think we're going to see the same thing with premium use of GitHub Copilot premium requests. At the beginning of the month, I've got all these great ideas. Copilot, tell me what you think of this. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my gosh, I've used 50% of my premium requests. Let me back off and go implement those things. And then in the last week of the month, oh my gosh, I've only used 50% of my premium requests. I've got some great ideas based on what I finished here in the last 2 weeks. Fire in and hit their quota limit. Oh, I hit my limit. All right, well, you know what? Next week, my quota refreshes. And there they go. I think we're going to see that. Yo, Copilot, tell me the best unicorn to $1 billion startup. You might get Aspired. Yes, you might, Dr. Talk. That is a lot of pennies. You're right. The own engine. Okay. The new engine, I think you mean. Yeah. So, looking through here. Ice Cream Stick Model had a comment on the last stream regarding the chat messages. What if we analyze the chat message if it contains some question-like words or verbs? So not just a question mark at the end, but if it does ask, if it has the, right, they always tell reporters, right? Start all your questions with the WH words. Who, what, why, when, and how, right? Maybe we can look for some of those words in a message and queue those up appropriately. So, yeah, I didn't get a Ukraine hat there, a Ukraine image pin on the map. What a great idea. Yeah, right. That was Ice Cream Stick Model suggest that last time. So I mentioned Unesco commented, hey, Pomodoro mode is something that Lana Lux would like. Let me show you something. I tweaked Pomodoro mode a little bit. Watch this. What? It didn't do the thing. It didn't do the thing. Do that again. There it goes. Huh? Huh? I'll do it again. And then there's the timer. I think I need to make the text for focus mode a little bit bigger up there. But the timer's up there with the line. I turned off the spinning tomato. But you can see the focus time up there. So I thought that was cool. Another feature that I did last night that I haven't had a chance to test yet, and I gotta figure out how this is going to work. I put together a. Let me see. It didn't put a link out here. Where did it go? That's... So I put together a to-do list manager. And here's the overlay. It took the page off of it. Fine. At page, yeah, to do overlay, do that. Oh, I'm going to need to restart it. Rats. Does map only work for subs? No. Everybody can work with the map. How you doing there, Angry Kappa? Nope. So the pin icons, there are different colored hats. Purple hats for folks on Twitch, the rainbow hats for folks who are subscribers. There you'll see a green sword for the moderators. And there is a C# icon that appears right there for me. So you can see where I am in relation to everybody else. Yeah, my to-do overlay isn't going to load here without restarting, which means it'll dump the locations. So I don't want to do that just yet. Bummer. So I generated this to-do overlay so that I can have a list of to-do items that you can see. Here's what we're working on that I would pin just above me here on stream, and moderators can change the priority of things and you'd be able to see what we're working through. There you go. There you go. So it does round off the coordinates a little bit so that it's approximate. A little bit of that is privacy management. I think I only take it to like 2 decimal places on the latitude and longitude. So, yep. So it's purposefully not terribly accurate. So, there you go. But I think I've still got some work to do on this to make it a little bit easier to work with and use. So, let me see here. And I want to put a sound effect to when Pomodoro mode starts and stops so that I can hear, so that I know when the Pomodoro mode ends. Right? The hats in Europe are forming a wall. Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. So, maybe I should put a key on here. A legend. To make it clearer as to here's what the different things are that you see on the map. It just plotted. Is that somebody on YouTube? Ah, DGen1, there you go. From Troll, Delaware. Ah, I see what you did there. But it didn't, it actually, it plotted over here. In Germany. So, interesting. It didn't. Yeah, they're in all different order on my list here. But now we can do the tour, and we'll see it wander around the world and show the various locations. Any reason for choosing Leaflet over Map Libra? There was a Blazor component that I could use. So, I had used Leaflet for something else. I was like, sure, just keep using that. That works for me. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, when it zoomed in like that, show me a little bit more. So, and there we go. There's the tour. There you go. How you doing there? Is it Pro Security? Welcome. The red hat for you on YouTube. So I don't want to work on the to-dos for this right now. But I've got a laundry list of features to build. And I'm trying to get more of these done before we get to the workshops next week. Next Friday on this channel. If you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, it's going to be, you'll be able to watch on both services completely free. I'm going to be hosting a Get Started with AI in .NET workshop. That's not how to use Copilot. That's how do we put artificial intelligence features into our applications and make our applications more intelligent, able to do more things and interact with the large language models to help to solve and simplify and make our users more productive, the folks who use our applications. We're going to be going through, we have a full day workshop. We're going to be teaching on that next Friday. That's 1 week from tomorrow. Same time that I get started every stream, 9 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be about an 8-hour stream. And it's okay if you can't stick around for the whole thing. It's all going to be recorded. It's all going to be available on YouTube. All of the samples are going to be available for you afterwards so that you can get your hands on those, work through them, share them with your colleagues, your friends, so that you can all learn and improve and do more with AI in your .NET applications. There is a sign up for a swag giveaway. There are swag bags that various sponsors are as part of their promotion for the event. They're going to be giving away swag prizes, Amazon gift cards or typically what they're giving away. So there'll be a random drawing, and folks will get Amazon gift cards at the end of the stream. It's real easy for folks to do that because for these folks to do that because they're typically digital, so there's no shipping going on. Then we don't have to worry about that. They can just email you. Here's the code information to be able to redeem your gift card. So there's already a bunch of folks that are signed up for those. Tune in, enjoy the streams. Like I said, they're not pre-recorded. They're all live. If you watch live, you're going to be able to ask questions. They'll appear at the bottom here, and we'll save those, and those will be available to dig into further in the Discord after. And that's why I'm trying to get more of these features of Charlie done, so we can roll them through, and you'll be able to find questions and some of those other things in the Discord after that stream. The week after, on the 25th, I'm going to be doing another workshop. This one on .NET Aspire. .NET Aspire 9.3. We're going to show you how to add .NET Aspire to your existing application. We're going to show you the benefits and how you can get more out of OpenTelemetry interacting with your application, growing, and making your application better with more capabilities using .NET Aspire. Is the cost of signing up handing your email address to the sponsors? Yes. And the sponsor is only allowed to email you once. Beyond if you won the giveaway swag bag, which is typically, like I said, Amazon gift cards. But they will only email you once, and after that, you won't hear from them again. That's one of the marketing restrictions that they have. But share with them whatever email address you would like, but make sure it's an email address that you'll respond to, because that's how we're going to contact you if you win the drawing. So, looks like your country has a hat. Which one's that, Pro Security? Algiers? You know what it does? It does look like Algiers has a hat. Algeria has a hat. There you go. Right? Because it's right there on the northern border, right? Yeah. Kind of looks like it, especially when you're zoomed out. Like, yeah. I had my meeting on Tuesday with the folks from Gunner, right? They make the glasses that you see me wearing. I'm going to put on my Marin glasses today. So I met with the folks from Gunner. Yeah, I'll come off of this. And we're doing some things. We're trying to get me in the schedule for presenting and being on their streams and sharing some of the cool things that we do with the folks on their streams. And they also showed me some of the glasses that they're releasing over the next 6 months. And they even showed me some of the prototypes for 2026. I can't tell you what the designs look like. I can't tell you who they're partnering with. I can tell you, just like they did with the Tony Stark Friday glasses and some of the other Marvel glasses, characters in pop culture that you have seen wearing glasses are part of this new collection that they're releasing. They're doing more to make glasses that will help you to cosplay or look like some of your favorite characters in pop culture, and they look amazing. They look amazing. I've requested Mr. Magoo wears glasses. I've requested a bunch of their glasses to open and share with you on stream. When they're available, they'll be coming through here, and we'll share and talk about and show you those. I'm a big fan of protecting your eyes Healthy eyes mean that you as a developer are going to be able to continue working without that strain on your eyes. We know from studies by eye doctors, when you're looking at a screen as part of your job during the day, your eyes don't blink as much. You should be blinking roughly once every 10 to 15 seconds. When you're staring at a screen, it starts to slow down to once every 30 seconds, once every 45 seconds. And they say that professional gamers don't blink but once every 2 minutes. Your eyes need to be hydrated. The blue light can be a lot on you. When you're staring at it for a long period of time, it can give you headaches. A pair of cool, fashionable gunner glasses, they help to keep your eyes hydrated because of the shape of them. They create a little micro ecosystem behind here that keeps the humidity in and near your eyes. So I'm a big fan of them. I'm happy to be an ambassador. You can find information about Gunner just below on the About page of my Twitch channel here. Big thanks to them for supporting the channel. And you get 15% off if you use my coupon down there. Of course, they pay me a little bit on the other side for helping promote their glasses. Hey, is it Thames Coder? Hello to you in South Africa. ZeroX says, spent the last 3 days trying to get Blazor WebAssembly standalone working with .NET Aspire for local development. Yeah, that's it's not as easy to do. And I think that's something that the team is trying to figure out a better way to make that happen. I remember hearing Dan Roth talk about wanting to make that easier for folks. So, Eric had a question about some sample code that uses .NET Aspire. Let me move this over here, close that. Let me see here. Interesting. All right. So Eric shared this sample. Yeah, thank you for putting the link in there. You're sold. You don't blink for 4 minutes when looking at aggregate exception stack traces. That's a lot. That's a lot. That might be a little much. Let me head over to this code and we'll talk about and go through and this is an Aspire series of questions. .NET Aspire. We're going to take a look and dig in and answer some questions about this. Do you have a README here? Aspire AI. Aspire AI is a collaborative learning project designed to help developers explore and experiment with AI, with Blazor, AI integrations, shared configuration, and Aspire platform. This is a hacked together example, maybe bad practices and places to improve. Use it at your own risk. That's fair. Right? And that's what some of the licenses say. Yeah, MIT says that in here also. Software is provided as is without any warranty. Interestingly, and I know this was a discussion on a previous stream, folks in Europe are trying to throw out this statement. No, you make an open source thing and folks install it. You need to provide warranty. I think there's limits on what you can do there. Especially if it's something that you're providing for free. And somebody's copying. So Blazor, AI integrations, shared configurations, and the Aspire platform. Use the .NET 9 SDK. No, you shouldn't have to do the Aspire install. Nope, you don't need to do the Aspire workload install. Yep, .NET build. Provide hands-on examples for Blazor components and patterns. Demonstrate how to use AI services. Cool. All right. Let's take a look at what Eric has for us. And I need... No. I have a terminal running on my lower screen here. Because that's where I have Charlie running, down here. Okay. Git clone. We're going to put it right there. So let's take a look. I'm going to use VS Code. I've been a big fan of VS Code recently. Really enjoying my time working with it. So, we should be able to run this directly. If I go into Aspire app host, let's .NET watch that John and see what we get. So, you've got a little bit of a reference issue there. We can take a look at that. So this is probably downloading. Yeah, it's downloading Olala. That's fine. Let's take a look. App host, CS proj. You don't need to reference service defaults in here. Yeah. We can take that out. And it should still work. Check Docker is running. You don't need to do that one either, because .NET Aspire does that now. Yeah, I appreciate that you added this, but you don't need to do this anymore. Not only will .NET Aspire check if Docker is running, but it will put pauses on the various elements in the dashboard that require Docker, and it will tell you, can't run this, Docker is running. As it is now part of .NET Aspire. Okay. Read configuration. Oh. Why are you doing these? You may want to run the Blazor project as standalone with no Aspire Olama chat services. And that's what the JSON configs are doing. I may want to run with Blazor via the Aspire with hosted Olama chat services. Okay, I got you. Here's the deal. First off, let's head over here and see if this thing's still... Is it still loading? Downloading 5.3, mini latest, 23%. Cool. Let that go. Here's the thing. And you're not wrong in what you're doing here. But you are making it just a little bit more locked in and required to interact with this. I'm good with these. We'll talk about these. And we're good with those. Okay. But you're reaching into app settings JSON and getting these two values. Hey, Frank, how you doing there? That's right. C# isn't cool anymore because it's now named C#. It was called cool when it was a prototype. The C-like object-oriented language. So, let me see if that's done. Wrong one. 62%, that's fine. I'm gonna start hacking and slashing here. Because what you've done isn't wrong. However, I think we can optimize and help you out a little bit here. So you have your AI configuration down here. I'm not even going to look at how you're using these. And these ones over here. Exactly 0x5. Exactly. Let's come back to that idea. I'm going to take... So you have app settings and app settings development up here. I'm going to take your settings from app settings on the web project. Bring them up here. Put them in like that. Right? These are the ones in the web app settings development. There we go. And I'm going to, for the purposes of discussion here, I'm going to remove these. For the purposes of the demo. And what you can do instead of doing all this navigation, I'm going to comment this out so that it isn't lost. Config with .NET Aspire. No, that's not what I want. What you can do, add parameter from configuration, I believe is the one we're looking for. Yep, the name and the configuration key to get it from. So let's call this, I'm going to make these the same. You know what? No. I'm going to make this, I'm going to put a dash in these. And then it's AI, right? AI underscore model. Yeah. Get rid of the rest of that. What? I'm not even gonna, no. Add parameter from configuration AI dash endpoint. Yep. And I'm not even gonna do that. So here you want to say add model so that we know which model to add. And I believe there's a way to get that value. Where is it? Value. Right? Yep. No, No, I don't want you doing that. So here, yeah, that just works. File updated, doing all the things. Yeah, go ahead, restart. No, this is a question that that Eric had that we're taking a look at and showing how we can optimize some of that configuration being passed around. So if we look at web front end now, AI endpoint, right? These are the references that it's getting. What? No. There, AI endpoint. Then there's the value. And there's the value that have been read from the configuration file and being passed in. I think you're right, 0x5. Right, we can simplify. If I were to make these the name of these like that, yeah, they're not secrets and they're defaulted to false. We can change this to with reference. But that one worked. No, I think we have to do... No, I think I do have to do the with environment. No, with environment. And it passes those, yeah. So if you do want to run it locally, you still have the configuration values that are sitting in app settings that it will run with. The values being passed in as environment variables will override those values that are in app settings. So, I thought those resources would appear on the dashboard as well. Those parameters. But yeah. So that should answer and get you a little bit further, because then you can modify, update, and tinker with the with that configuration. Does that make sense? Let me create a branch. Fritz suggestions. Cool. And I'll publish the branch. Oh, I don't have permission. Fine, create the fork. Yeah, fine. Sign in as me. And then I'll create the pull request. Here we go. Right? Did it create that? Yes, there we go. Oh, Kiss My Pixels. Hello.
Kiss Me Pixels 99 just resubscribed for 18 months. Hey there, developers.
Hey there. How are you, Kiss My Pixels? Yeah. So this was a good question and discussion around managing configuration. Let's just write up a little bit here. Removed Docker check because .NET Aspire 9.3 and later have that feature, and will manage Docker interactions at startup for you. I've gone to give a presentation at a conference and not had Docker running on my machine. Started up, I'm running the Aspire sample, and I've got the messages on the dashboard that say Docker is not running. Go start Docker, and then they refresh and show, oh, okay, Docker's running. I've started up these other things. Added sample configuration in app host app settings to show how to pass config values to child projects. Note environment variables. Take like from Aspire, take precedence over app settings values. By default, let's say by default. There are ways to change that, but oh, and I want to go into your README and with respect, workload is not needed. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, I hope that helped other folks, but real simple block of simple, very isolated. Kudos to Eric for isolating and showing, here's the thing that I'm trying to do. I don't need to go into all the AI things, but to show and talk about and work around that configuration. Very cool stuff. Thank you. So that was good. 0x5 says, sorry, it's an Olama container, not a project resource, so there is no app settings. Yeah. I wonder if you can expose an endpoint using with HTTP endpoint and then with reference to resolve those endpoints. Well, it's in app host. When defining the name of the model here, they could have extended, added an overload for the add model method. And this is a community toolkit contribution. They could have extended the add model to accept a parameter resource so that you could pass in a parameter resource and have that define the name of the model from outside of it. So you don't need to juggle endpoints for all of that. Just pass in the parameter resource and let it go and do that calculation for you. There was another question up there from Ice Cream Stick Model. I'll go to this one. Why does Aspire not have a graphical interface to configure those endpoint URLs? Not a bad question. There are features coming in .NET Aspire 9.4 so that if you are missing some parameters, some configuration items, some properties, you can be prompted with a form on the dashboard to fill in that data, and it will persist that and restart your the various parts of your Aspire system. So features like that are coming. I think there might even be a place to extend and do more with the Aspire graphical interface to allow and help facilitate some of the configuration and connections of the resources in our application system. I think there's absolutely more we can do in as we think about the dashboard as also a application system designer, manager. There's opportunities there to do more. I don't know if it's on the team's agenda, but I think you're onto something here, and we may lean more in that direction after the features from Aspire 9.4 are released. So, thanks so much for the question. Really good stuff there. I agree. There's more that can be done with that. So, yeah, Aspire AI is not a new project. It was just we're reviewing a bit of code. Chris Funk, yes, funny that I used the car's extended warranty notification. Yeah, for the Twitch notification. You like that? Your warranty just expired and you had to drop some coin on your car. I'm going out this evening with Mrs. C Sharp Fritz to look at trucks. We're interested in upgrading our towing capacity and our tow vehicle here. We don't need a big SUV to tote around the entire family. So we're looking at shifting things around a little bit. We'll see how that goes. The Aspire projects have connection strings that get passed. Yes, they do. When you do the with reference here, they generate connection strings that are sitting here in the details. There you go. Connection strings chat and Olama. And there's also, what was the other one? API service. So API service isn't a connection string, it's just another project, so it comes up as services down here. And it has the URL embedded in there. There it is. So, yep, that's an Aspire thing that's easy to do. You think Community Toolkit has it this way for a reason? Maybe to handle download more than one model? Sure, but right, the with model, I think you can download and use multiple models. It would be nice to be able to pass in to be able to pass in the parameter resource for those instead of being required to key in a string, right? Because and actually, do you have to do with annotation? Doesn't it have with image? Yeah, there you go. And with image tag. So you could do that instead of that. And it'll simplify, and it's a little bit more descriptive of exactly what you're doing. Your code wasn't wrong, but there's a little bit of shorthand syntactic sugar that does about the same thing. Same thing with container runtime args. There is a with GPU support. And you can specify. So, yeah. So, but that is different from this one, I think. So, yeah, right. The features, tools, libraries in the .NET Aspire world are growing and moving so quickly. It's good to see how other folks are using the tools, using the libraries, so that we can learn from each other. Like I said, nothing wrong with how you're using it. Just for awareness. There's other syntactic sugar out there that are going to help you. This one I think is really important that Eric's calling out. With data volume, if you don't use the with data volume on this, every time you restart, it's going to re-download the model. So similarly, I'd be very interested in doing a with lifetime on it, and that is container lifetime. I'd be interested in doing that so it's not restarting Llama each time. So, my suggestions, take them or leave them. You don't need to use them. But I think there's definitely some things there that you might find valuable. I got a notification on Discord that there were new messages on the Discord, and it's Charlie posting the questions that we had on channel. Frank, very good point. The with data volume and with lifetime here, Frank chiming in, and I agree. It's a good practice to do that if you're running a database with .NET Aspire. So if you're running Redis, you're running Postgres, MySQL, SQL Server, run it with the container lifetime persistent and the data volume so that it saves your data and doesn't restart the database every time you start debugging and working with the Aspire system. Let me head over to chat here. 0x5 says, GitHub Advanced Search has been absolutely brilliant for finding patterns and understanding how people are using Aspire. Yeah, I think you're right. Copilot is hallucinating and making up APIs. We've seen this with the GPT-4.1 model. Not so much with Claude Sonnet 4. Claude Sonnet 4 still hallucinates a little bit, but it is a bit more accurate in how it uses the models. I've seen folks also use the fetch command with Copilot and tell it to go fetch the .NET Aspire documentation, rag that in before they go and start using the prompt. At that point, you might as well train your own model to work with it. S4, how you doing there? Is that supposed to be SAC XM? Hello? You're starting competitive programming. What do I recommend? Learning algorithms first from books or give beginner-friendly contents? If you're doing competitive programming, I would learn the algorithms from the books. Because you're going to want to complete... You're going to want to complete and generate code that solves a problem quicker, and knowing the algorithm is going to work in all the programming languages. So knowing the algorithm will help you then when you go and learn C#, you go and learn Java, Python, what have you. You'll start using that. Oh, okay, here's how I do an if block, here's how I do a for loop. Okay, I know the algorithm to reverse a string. Let me go apply that now to Python, because now I know how to use Python. That type of thing. Your name is Sam. All right, Sam, good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning in. But the beginner, you won't need beginner-friendly content once you know the algorithms, because so many of the languages are similar. 0x5 says, agree, I've mostly seen made-up APIs on code completions. Yes, I've seen that too. Yes. The premium models are definitely better. Savu27, hello. Welcome in, good to see you. I've really been pleased with how Charlie's been managing and working with. I'm looking down here, my console for the chatbot is down here below the main screen and camera. So the questions that folks ask appear in my queue down here, and then I can put them up on lower thirds. You left programming for almost 3 years, but now I'm back for good. What did you get into? You left programming to do what? So, I'm not using Olama. This is Eric was using Olama, and you can take a look at his project and get into that. So oh good, I'm on full screen camera here. I can take a look at a couple things here. I think I can enhance the Q&A by introducing an ask command, so that you can explicitly put something in the queue with an ask command. Let me see if I can put that together real quick. Real quick? What am I saying? Oh, and Copilot has a update for me to install. All right, go ahead and install the update. Where is it? Question queue feature. Yep. Cool. Let me head back over to the code. See if we can enhance this feature just a little bit. And I think I did some work on the location command as well. You're supposed to do something. There it is. There's Charlie. All right. I want to dictate. I'd also like users to be able to use a !ask command to be able to ask questions and have them added to the queue. Command prefix. Yeah, go ahead, generate that. So I'm using GPT-4.1. It should go through, identify how to do this, and put these into the mix quickly. There was a really cool design pattern that GPT-4.1 used in the to-do feature. That I'd like to show you, because I think it used pattern matching to hand off use of the to-do command. So here we go. So if the message starts with !ask, the question text, trim the first 4, remove the first 4 characters if is null or white space, question message equals, look at that, message with that question text if it's Twitch, and get the URI for the chat message, add the question, and on question added. Nice. Where is it? There was... Oh. I'm gonna DND that. Let's take in that other suggestion from Ice Cream Stick Model. Where is it? Not is common question. Where's the regular expression? Where it identifies question. I guess that's it right there. I'd also like to expand the criteria. I should be dictating this. Oh. I'd also like to expand the criteria in this if statement here for identifying a question. Period. If a comment in chat includes a question leading word like who, what, why, when, or how, let's add that message to the queue. And let Copilot go add that in. Tanuki chimes in here. Welcome, Tanuki. One thing I've done for learning is I'll provide the AI a list of topics I have an understanding of in a language, then give it a topic I want to learn about, and it comes up with a program it wants me to create. Ask it to write training material for you. So, what I like here that it did, it moved that if statement up here. Right. So if there are any words in it, if the message starts with one of those words, that's okay too. Okay, I think that's okay. But right. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah. Now, it should have hot reloaded that. Should have hot reloaded. Not that one. That's done. We're not doing that anymore. Yeah, it looks like it hot reloaded. Guy Incognito says, honest question, is vibe coding the type of programming that attracted me to programming in the first place? If I wanted to tell someone, this is a good question. This is a good question right here from Guy. Is vibe coding the type of programming that attracted me to programming in the first place? If I wanted to tell someone else to write code, I would become a manager. You're right. You're right. It's not the type of programming that attracted me to programming in the first place. What attracted me to programming was the ability to get the computer to do something that I wanted it to do. I now have control. I can build something. I can have it do something more. What I feel vibe coding and just those two little things that I did there in Visual Studio, in Visual Studio Code, I'm sorry. What I did there that attracts me to vibe coding. I'm not even going to call that what I did there vibe coding. That was a couple of simple changes to if statements to improve the interactions inside the application. So, yes, it could have taken me, a few minutes to go write that code and whatever. I don't want to spend my time on that. Just go generate that code for me. Just go write it, drop it in there. I mean, the two questions that I asked it were, let's add the exclamation point ask command into the mix, and let's also detect question leading words. So adding that enhancement, yeah, I could have written that code, sure, but it generated perfectly fine code and added it in quickly. Now it lets me focus on and move on to the next thing that I really want to build and work with and develop. So give me some of those ideas, go generate a little bit, and now I can focus on the next thing. And instead of spending 20 minutes going and building and testing and making sure that runs properly. So I'm okay with that. So thanks so much for the question. When I think of just plain vibe coding, I vibe coded the to-do feature that isn't quite working today, and I didn't fully check it and test it before I started stream. That's on me, and that's why it's called Copilot. Don't just blindly accept what the code generates. Review it, check it, test it, because at the end of the day, it's your responsibility what was generated and added into the application. So, yeah, this is a good question. I see the AI interactions as a way to jostle me free, get me away from some of those boring maintenance tasks inside my code, and let me focus on the productive things that I can do, that I'm really good at with my code. So, problem solving is what keeps Blazor Mr. Magoo going. Let AI do the AI doing the typing doesn't change that. Yeah, I like that. Hey, Chuck Beasley, hello. Pair programming with the AI but you're in the driver's seat. Yep. Yeah, Sean, talking to the AI and asking it to generate training material to suggest an application for you to build is a pretty cool way to interact and get more out of it. So, and I'm going to add those two little updates to source control. Cool. Let me peek back in here at my to-do list. My bigger to-do list for features to add to Charlie. Thinking. I had an idea to do a poll that would appear on screen from Charlie. You're working on getting embeddings working with Foundry Local. Nice. I still haven't worked with Foundry Local. I've been following your article series, and I haven't worked with it yet specifically. So definitely something I need to spend time on. There were like the to-do command should be out there. Yeah, no pending to-do items. There we go. Right, so I could do to-do add, and it'll actually handle this. Add some style to the Charlie dashboard. Yeah. Yeah. It appeared on my dashboard. This was, I can show you. Like I said, I vibe coded this feature, and I'm not thrilled with what it returned. Like, here's what the to-do list initially looks like. I don't like I want to do something with that priority there. That didn't come through right. But being able to show you, here's what I'm working on above me here on this side of the screen, I think is really cool, right? When folks come in and ask, hey, what are you working on? To be able to see that text in that format right there, not bad, right? What do you think, chat room? Does that help share a little bit of what I'm working on, what we're working through, so you can see and catch up and follow what's being done on stream? And it gives me this pending tasks view. This appears on my dashboard so that I don't have to use chat to go through and mark things as complete or that I'm working on it, right? So I have a button here that I can click that says start working on it. And see, that didn't refresh. There we go. So now it shows that I'm currently working on it with a little pulsing icon. So I'd like to get the priority to appear over here as a series of arrows. Top priority is 2 up arrows. Second priority is 1 up arrow. There's 5 priorities. Middle priority is just a hyphen. Low priority, 1 down arrow, and lowest priority, 2 down arrows. So this is something that I would use on stream to kind of manage and show, here's what I'm working through on stream. Is this something that we could hook up to like GitHub issues? Maybe. But this icon, this overlay didn't pop out quite right on the overlay, and I don't want to I'm going to have to restart Charlie, and I think that's going to dump the map. I think it's going to dump the map. I know it's not going to dump the questions because I've got that working. So 9 questions answered today. That's good. That's good. So, but I think I wanted to do channel point management over here also. And I think that's something that we can start with vibe coding. Nah, not even channel point. Do cheer management. The various overlays, sound effects that you can bring into the video. That's a piece to work on. And I had an idea to show an indicator for GitHub action results. I don't know about that one. That feels a little on the nose. Resource sharing, that's not bad. I do want to make Charlie a lot more interactive with chat. And I do like the idea of polling. Let's build polling. Let's build polling. So, oh no. Yeah, it's going to restart the bot as soon as I start adding new features. Well, might as well do it now. There you go. Look, you can see the overlays. I don't know what to do. Because it's restarting in the background here. But maybe I'll get the to-do overlay working. So, the to-dos, it persists. I'm using Redis as my database storage for this, which does feel strange. Like, do we really need Redis for that? I'm going to mark that as complete. Yeah. How about a point system? Every time someone interacts, they receive some kind of point ticket or make a rank. Gamify interactions with chat. That could be a thing. Uh-oh. Something errored out. We're going to need to bring this up. Something done broke. Complete. And it crashes. Oh, we got a problem there. Oh, we got a problem. Where'd it go?
Houston, we have a problem.
See? I want you to be able to run those. Am I using Blazor? I am. That's why you're getting the rejoining the server icons popping up here. Yeah, there's my Charlie resources. And it took down the whole enchilada. Woo! Really? Yeah, we're gonna need to figure this out. This was on, so I have a smaller display, touchscreen display here in front of me that I can go to and be able to interact with. Oh, there we go. It did mark it complete. Developers. Z-Manskar, hello, welcome. Did it dump? It did. No. Why did it write out all the questions? Not a fan of that. Chatter map line 162. So I've got some cleanup code to do here. You I'm gonna make 162. Now what's it saying? In set map appearance, dictionary add operations that change non-concurrent collections must have exclusive access. You go away. Is that still running? Sure looks like it is. But it's not responding. I think we done locked up. I don't see it adding here, though. You know what I mean? Your company uses Blazor for a management portal. It doesn't look anywhere close to being that pretty. Try asking, and let me. And they're still. Oh, wrong buttons. There we go. They're still. Try asking the artificial intelligence to add some styling to it. It's really good at doing that. Do the Twitch dashboards have statistics on how many followers you get per live per day, how many subscriptions, how many cheers? Yes. Yes, they do. Hey, bald bearded builder, hello. Fritz.Delta? Delta House? You know, if you go and you live in Delta House, you're going to end up like this guy.
Mr. Blutarski.
Him.
0.0.
That's a GPA I can get behind. That's weird. Look at this again. Right, I should be able to go to the structured logs and see the errors. But it didn't get logged as an error. But I see it over here. This is... And there's questions from streams ago that are still in here that I don't care about. Yeah. It's hung up. Where'd it go? There it did location mapping. Here it is. Doing appearance set pattern on the chat map. Okay, start it. So it didn't reload. Recently completed. Good. And yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna file that away as something to come back to. But there was a log debug here. I don't need you or you or you. No. A lot of debug code that was generated by Copilot. Man. You know, I'm just going to delete some of these now. Sure. Wow. Yeah, go ahead and do that one too. Okay. And then here it's debug logging. No, get rid of that whole thing. That I'm okay with. I'm okay with that. Okay. But somewhere it's deciding to load all of the questions from Redis. So if I go back up here and look in Cache Insights, right? Here's my cache. Here's all the various locations, and I save off latitude and longitude so I don't have to go and reload all of those locations. And a list of locations that were resolved for each stream. But there's the video clips, locations. Oh, they're all loaded into this one. Come back to that. There's definitely optimization that can be done there. Break them out so that they're in separate hashes. So I don't need to load every question every time. So, yeah, look at, like, oh, where is it? Format document. All right. What? There we go. No. Wrong button. And go commit that, and away we go. Remove all that extra debug nonsense. So the chatter map only has South Africa on it right now. That's fine. I could tell it to go and... Yeah. Let's tell it to reload if there's locations. Right? Like... On start, attempt to load persisted locations for today's stream. This way we can restart. We can restart the bot and not lose map locations. So I know I could go in here on the initialize and start and go load that data. There it is. So there's a viewer location service. Go get those locations. Yep. It's got some of the latitude and longitude loaded wrong. Do that conversion. That's it. So where else did it change? Made it async. Okay. Sure. No, I don't want to change that one, but I do want those. The save that it does is a fire and forget. I want it to save to the database. I don't want to wait for it to come back, right? There it is. So right here, when it persists a location, this is a fire and forget pattern. Run that asynchronously and discard the task that's running behind. I don't need to see that. Just run it and be done with it. Which animation do you like? So now if I go back, I'll let that restart, which will get this. Right? You see there, changing async markers on a method. Oh, yeah. The Steve Ballmer welcome. There we go. We got everybody back loaded on the map for today. Haha. All right. Once again, I knew how to do this, right? But that was easy to just generate, and it wrote out 14 lines of code for me. Fine, go do it. Ads start in about 3 minutes. So I'll quick commit that. Yep, go sync it. So we were talking about adding. What were we talking about adding? Oh, the to-do overlay. Oh my gosh. Go over here. Sure, go ahead and reload that. That should be working. Thank you. My dashboard. So that should be visible now. At to-do overlay. I want to move that overlay so it's in with the Pomodoro overlay and just have a generic overlay. And even then also combine it with the lower thirds so that I don't have multiple overlays here. I'm going to have it do that merge, and then I'll do some CSS tweaking for it. So I'm going to add that context and the Pomodoro overlay. Let's combine these two overlay screens into one page that's accessible at the /overlay address. So it's going to create a new Blazor component called just overlay. Okay. So now they should both be in there. And I think I need to restart to get that to work. Yeah. Go ahead, restart. And we'll see what it does, and then I'm going to get in and move some things around and tweak and tune exactly what it's delivering. So there's the map. Good. There's that one. That's not right. I think you missed something there, friend. Let's see. Yeah, to do overlay is right. it copied in the contents of this, but didn't bring over the Razor CSS, right? The isolated content, isolated CSS for this. So let's create overlay Razor CSS, and I'm going to copy in all of this content. And I'm also going to copy in all of this content. I have my Digma keyboard set up with macros so that I can do all of those interactions with one key press. So, helps me to run through this a little bit faster. But I think that's also going to require me to restart the application because I introduced a new file. New file, restart it. So, we'll get that restarted and we'll take a look. And then I'll be able to have just one overlay that does both things. Darn it. Are you kidding me? Disable cache. There it goes. And if I do, let me move the dashboard down somewhere else. I'll put it down here for right now. And if I do start Pomodoro, I should see it on that. And it placed it a little bit low. No, that might be all right. I'm going to change this to just... That's the right location. The to-do list up there... Why is it white? I need to remove the header bar as well. That's easy to do because I have a layout. No. Called empty layout. Thank you. Do I need that? Yeah. There it is. No. No. There we go. No. That worked. That worked. I told it empty layout and... What you doing? Hey, Thindall. How you doing there? Yes.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Good to see you. Hello. So I'm going to get that to-do list lined up right above. Maybe it should be in the top right corner. That's not bad. Not a bad idea. Uh-oh. Wait a sec. Typer namespace, layout does... What? Layout, empty layout. It should be... Components layout. Come on. To do overlay data. That's a model. How did I... Yeah. No. I think I dropped that. I did. Some of these should be turned into global imports. How are we all? I'm doing all right. There we go. I'm gonna deny that one. But why is the Windows Virtual Keyboard so bad? Because not a lot of folks use it, so there's not a lot of feedback on it. But it is not great. It is not great. The to-do up there, let me make it as wide. I can split this, can't I? Isn't there a... yeah, like that. You can go away for now. There's a width that I specified for the Pomodoro. Where is it? Yeah. Progress bar. Timer display, Pomodoro. There's the tomato image. There it is. Width is 475. The right should be 25 pixels. No, 475. Oh, look, max width. 475. There we go. So it's the same width as my camera here. Feels like the devs never tried it. Can't back that up. I don't know. You're on your Surface in tablet mode and it's painful. I don't know. I don't have experience with that. Back when I was using a Surface Pro 3, yes, it felt bad. Do I have any insight? Chris Funk with a question, and I don't have the lower third turned on. There it is. Do I have any insight on why Azure Data Studio is being end-of-lifed and replaced with a VS Code extension? I don't have any direct insight. But I was told that one of the justifications was they were already building effectively a Visual Studio Code extension as Azure Data Studio. It was built on the Visual Studio Code base, so they can get more folks installing and using it by just adding it on to Visual Studio Code. Reduce then the amount of work that's needed to manage and ship a completely separate piece of software. And you're just shipping an extension that's very discoverable for more folks to be able to interact with. I'm going to move that to-do list down a little bit. If I make that top 100. So, thanks for the question. 150. Let's see how that works right there. How's the text in the to-do list? Can you read it? Like, I'm trying to look at this on OBS. I think it's all right there. Yeah, Azure Data Studio is Visual Studio Code. It is. So. Hey, have a good one, Patty boy. Rex, how you doing there? Welcome. The whole big SQL Server Management Studio is entirely ported to use a current version of Visual Studio. Yes. So, right, that's been a thing, a well-known thing, that SQL Server Management Studio is built on the framework that Visual Studio 2022 is built on. So, great, you're reusing another block of software. That's fantastic. Why not just make it an extension that plugs in and you can just say, turn this on? Do you really need to have your own instance of that application? And we saw Microsoft make these types of decisions 10, 15 years ago, where Windows apps, Windows Phone apps, Silverlight, each needed not just their own frameworks to develop and build for them, but their entire new versions of .NET that ran specifically on each of those devices. They fractured the entire programming framework because they wanted to own how the programming language was interacting with the low-level libraries to compile and build for the phone, for Windows Store apps, Windows 8 apps, for Silverlight, like, and the app that won coming out of that was Silverlight. .NET 9 and .NET Core before it were built on top of Silverlight. So, is SSMS now on a diet? Versions are huge. It's Visual Studio. The new versions of Visual Studio are 64-bit. There's a lot more code and things happening under there. Silverlight, that was reliving a nightmare? Nah. Silverlight had a really good purpose. The model of shipping plugins in browsers fell by the wayside. However, we've come back around to it with the whole idea of WebAssembly. So you're not installing a plugin, you're just downloading WebAssembly and running it natively in your browser. And that's okay. It was WPF everywhere. Yep. Hey, Tech Ops, you love the videos, helped you learn C#. Thank you. That's fantastic to hear. I really appreciate you sharing that. Very cool. I'm going to delete that item off the to-do list. There we go. Now, see it. It should actually, like, delete it. Anyways. I feel better about that, but I'd like to add the overlay to my nav bar. So I'll do that real quick. Yeah, let's put it in here. It's not that one. It's actually going to be this one. No. Yes. And we need to close the LI. Thank you. Code completion. Boom. Done. So with that saved, looking at my dashboard, now I have an overlay at the top that lets me jump right into that. Good. Add that. Do this. Yep. Cool. Rex with a question. Is it true that Microsoft is working on an MSVC code gen backend for Rust? I can't speak towards what's going on in the Rust development teams and groups. There is there are teams that are working on developing and using Rust more with Azure, with Windows. I don't know if they're building a code gen backend. But I do know that they're doing some things to make Rust run better on Windows. Yeah. Mark's been quite vocal about his work on that. Right? Why am I forgetting Mark's last name? Mark Rasinovich. He's been quite vocal about the work that he's been doing with Rust, and his team has been doing with Rust, and he's been very happy with what he's been able to deliver. So, 60% of your database went poof? Uh-oh. So, that's definitely work that's happening. I don't know what's happening with WinUI. They're trying to make it easier, more approachable. I believe they're trying to reverse some of the sins of the past and make WinUI more consumable by the masses again. So I know that's definitely a thing that folks are interested in. Yeah, my question queue overlay here isn't updating quickly. Has the meeting taken place between Bill Gates and Linus Torvalds? From the photos on Mark's LinkedIn? Yeah. Let me see if I can find it on LinkedIn real quick here. Yeah. Yeah. And Dave Cutler. So, the four had dinner together at some point. Would have been amazing to have been a fly on the wall there. My understanding is that there's a lot of respect for Linus among the group. And business-wise, there's respect for Bill Gates as well. That is a real photo. That is not AI. So, that apparently did happen. And that's publicly visible on Mark's, on his LinkedIn. So, he tested in prawn the company ground to a halt. Oh my goodness. So, there you go. Thank you so much. Yeah, my question queue isn't updating promptly on the dashboard here. See? Even though I removed, it's still there, and I'm clicking delete, and it's not deleting. Now, I could go through and debug that. Oh my gosh, thank you for the sub.
Rig's ass.
Appreciate it. All of my subscriptions, cheers, ad revenue, I reinvest back into the stream so that we can do more cool things. I've done things like I've got a bunch of wireless mics so that when I do go back to using the other set here, my daughter brought back my camera. I've got it all set up. will be on wireless mics over there instead of having to deal with things. But new set of wireless mics to use over there. I'll try to use the new touchscreen over there because that'll give me better control over the chat bot while I'm still presenting and showing things with my laptop on screen. So all kinds of stuff. Yeah, let's agent mode the bug. I think that's a fine idea. So I can show you, and I did show you briefly, that any chance of getting access to that dashboard? I don't know. I need to think about that. Because right now it's all internal on my network. To expose that and allow moderators to get in and manage, maybe. But for some reason, well, see, now that one worked. But the show question, remove question is sticking. The code, you want to see the code? Drop me a message on Discord. See, and this has a style block inside here. I don't want this style block inside here. I want it over here. And get rid of that. Now, that was an existing CSS, so it should just continue working. Yes, there is a C# Fritz Discord. Yep. And there you go. All the questions that you've seen pop up on the lower third here, they're added to the Discord after I show them. And you can click back through. When the stream ends, the bookmark that it gives you to the YouTube video will link you right to when that question starts. So here, let me actually test what's going on. Let me do that refresh. Yeah, look at that. That didn't work. Do I need to force? Right. Force the CSS? Yes, force the CSS, of course. So when I click this, shows up there. When I click remove, goes away. And it doesn't see it's kind of sluggish and just kind of sits there. Kiloscan, hey there. You're trying to learn Unity, so C#. Unity does some really cool things with C#. It's not quite the full implementation that you see in the language and other frameworks. There are a couple things that are different. But a lot of the basics and navigation around with Unity that you're going to learn, yeah, they're the same as what we use in other places. There, it just like took forever to update that. Unleash the AI on that. Go fix that. Add context. Question Q. When I click the remove button on a question, it hides the question is removed from the overlay, but the queue takes a long time to update and refresh the statistics. Investigate and report what you find. This type of bug investigation, I think, is very compelling with Copilot. Right? Here, you go figure this out. So, what does it find? When you click the remove button, it does all these things. After removing question, that statistics are only updated after the next UI refresh, which may be delayed if no other state change occurs. There is no event or callback to call status change when a question is removed. The slow update is because status change is not called after a question is removed. Recommendation, add an event or callback in question queue feature for question removal. Subscribe to it in the component. Alternatively, call state has changed after feature remove question to force an immediate UI update. Hang on, so remove question with animation. Here. So, and you see some more debug code that I left in here. So I'll yank some of that. So it's triggering the animation. Yeah, go ahead and remove that too. Can you remove that one? Thank you. Force a small delay to ensure the DOM update. Match the CSS animation. Remove from both sets. State has changed. After feature remove question. It is already calling that. State has changed is called on line 104. What else could be going on? It'd be interesting to hear that conversation between Bill Gates, Linus Torvalds, and Dave Cutler. Should be recorded. I think there's a private discussion that would have been great for them to have. And I think there's a public discussion for the tech community that would have been great to share. They deserve a little private time also, because I'm sure, certainly Linus and Bill have some differences. It would have been great to hear them discuss them. To be sure. So what's this saying? What do we got? Does not update the underlying data or statistics synchronously, or that takes time to complete. The statistics may not update until that operation finishes. Blazor render timing. If the removal triggers a re-render before the statistics are actually updated, the UI may briefly show stale values on the next render. Oh, okay. So that's asynchronous. You should check implementation of feature remove question, questions, and queue in questions. No, it's in here. That on question removed is... Where is it? No, it's not here. And then it removes the question from the repository. Where is that being called? Ooh, here we go. It is in the overlay? And then it's actually doing remove question. So I think we need to do that. I think. It took you a long time that you can do plus equals task. Yeah, that's a cool feature. Oh, look at it reloading over there. Please tell me. Yeah, it says hot reload succeeded. Nope. Didn't like it. Restart. And cool. It's syntactic sugar, but very tasty sugar. Let's test this real quick. There's that. Click. There we go. There it is. Remove. That's better. That's better. So, okay. I love the automatic generate for me a commit message here. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. All right, what was the feature I was saying I wanted to work on today? I don't remember. This is why I need that to-do list right there. Right. How's the Pomodoro? It's fine. It's fine. But leave the dashboard over here for now. Yeah, I was talking Pomodoro, but there was another feature that I was interested in working on. Oh, working on polls. Being able to generate and put a poll into chat. I know Twitch has interactive polling, but that doesn't allow folks on YouTube to interact. And if I put up a poll, I'm going to want to put a timer on screen that the poll is active, along with the text of, here's what we're voting on. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Because I've got a sneaky suspicion that I forgot something. Like I've suddenly got that bad feeling like, did you remember? Okay. Yeah, look at me opening. Now we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Right? I've got too many calendars, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, we're clear. Okay. Ooh. I could do polling, or I could do the animations and sound effects. Which are an easy one to do. Let's do add animation sound effect feature. Now the to-do list didn't refresh up there. Now it did. Now it did. I may need to go back and review that, but I'm going to move you down here. And so when I think about animation cheer sound effect feature, right? Let's call this animation feature. Oh yeah. Public class animation feature. No, that's not the thing. Base Charlie feature. Thank you. Do that. Adds animations and sound effects. Plays animation on the overlay. There is no icon. There is no route. What don't you like about that? Is enabled. And yeah, that's not a thing either. There is no icon. Icon is not a thing. Why do you keep thinking there's an icon? There's a display name and a description. And even then, you got that wrong. Like for a code completion, you completely missed that. The Visual Studio Code custom chat modes. Yes, that's a thing coming. Or that's... Did they deliver it? It was in the insiders. What? Yeah, I don't see mention of it. Yank that. Yes. We need one of those. Okay. So I think there's several pieces here that need to be defined, built, and introduced. That should be building properly, yes. Consequently, I need to add the feature. So all of my features are defined in classes. So then I add them. Really? What the heck is that? What the heck? No. There again. No. And I wanted these in alphabetical order. There we go. So animation feature we're going to put right up top. Builder. Yes, there we go. So now let's override on chat message received. I think there's a couple different things we want to do here. No. I think there's chat messages that are going to be specific commands to play a certain animation. And I think there's also cheers that we want to detect and play a certain animation because of that cheer. Call them premium animations. So I'm going to ask Copilot. I'm going to ask it. I'm not going to tell it to build it. And I'm using Claude Sonnet. Let me move this over to an editor. Where'd it go? There it is. I'd like to be able to offer premium animations that play when a user cheers on Twitch. How can we connect the cheer API to this feature? Let's see what it says. Integrate Twitch event sub or pub sub to listen for cheer events. Inject the Twitch event service into the feature using dependency injection. Handle the cheer event and trigger a premium animation. Create a Twitch cheer service. On cheer received, start async. I don't like that. I do like having event arguments that I can pass that a cheer happened and allow features to listen for them. And I would presumably add a similar feature for what's it called on YouTube? Super cheer, super message, and handle and do something similar. Right, I think that there's a YouTube thing like that also. What if the existing Twitch integration services bubbled this event up to the Charlie service? Right, Charlie service is my singleton, my hosted service that's running in the background that manages all of these features. And sent that event trigger into the animation feature. Bubble cheer events to Charlie service. So Twitch service listen for cheer events when a cheer occurs. Raises an event or calls a method on Charlie service on cheer received. Receives the cheer, notifies all registered features, including animation feature, can be done by defining a method like on cheer received on the iCharlie interface and calling it for each feature. Sure. animation feature implements the new method and triggers the premium animation. On cheer received. On cheer received async, play premium animation. And on Charlie service, on cheer received. I like that. That feels like a better separation. And right, I'm not having Copilot write that code, but I've used Copilot to talk through and decide and figure out a good architecture for this and get some separation of concerns here. So I do like Twitch cheer event args. Copilot is a great rubber duck, Donnie. You're right. You're right. Getting, right, as a developer, having that pair programmer, that peer programmer that you can ask questions of and get ideas from. Not bad. So let's copy this and not call it Twitch cheer event args. Right. Let's go over here. Let me go into, right, I have a models folder down here. Yeah. New file in here. And let's call this premium message event args. Right? Give me the right namespace. Thank you. It's just that easy. Do I need this as a because it's event args? Yeah, okay. It's a great way to bounce around ideas, discover and fill holes in your plan, says Weird Beard Dev. Yes. Right? And because I had that stuff on the clipboard, it saw it and generated it. Nice. We may want to put the service on here also. Right? Maybe there's something that we do differently based on the service that it came from. And I think Charlie service, chat service, there it is. Yeah, there we go. So, yep, I'm going to need that in there, and yep, I'm going to need that there. Thank you. Like, that was what I just did there, those autocomplete next edit things. I was doing that in Visual Studio and older versions of Visual Studio by going into the light bulb here and running next steps that was suggesting. It's now right there for me to click. Like, cool. Cool. Now let me go over to the... So these are models of data coming back from Twitch. I think it's in services is where I have the Twitch service. So this is the service that's going and getting clips. And this is where it's listening for chat messages. I think I'm going to need another token. Maybe? I don't know what scope token I have on this. Oh. No, that's not it. Channel name, chatbot name. No, I think it's over on the clips. There it is. There's the access token. Where's it getting that from? Access token. That's the clip's response. Where's that coming from? Because it's not being passed in. Where's that coming from? Oh, clearly. Where's the other part of this? Oh. Right. All right. That's being passed in. Generate access token async. Yeah, where is that coming from? Client ID, client secret. Okay. Client credentials is what it's. See, I think I need more authentication. I think I need more, right? More scope, right? Chris Jones, hey there.
Chris Jones just resubscribed for 73 months.
73 months. My lord, thank you so much, friend, for more than 6 years of support. Thank you so much. How are you doing there, Chris? Great to see you, bringing that Prime subscription. Awesome. Thank you so much. I think it's in here, and there's a grant type. Yeah, grant type. Where am I doing client credentials? Yeah, set to client credentials. Server-to-server API request using an access token. Okay. Yeah. So is that logging in as me? Huh? Use the authorization to get a token. Client ID, client secret. And then the grant type is authorization code. Huh. Maybe that's it? You don't like how Visual Studio closes the browser when you stop debugging? That is annoying. There is a way around that. And I'm forgetting it right now. I'll have to get back to you on that. I think that's my bot? I think. Generate access token from refresh token. I think it is. So I probably want another one here so I can isolate. Yeah, look at that. Clips response, the pagination inside of it, the data points. Yeah, let's... Right? Twitch, chat, service, cheers. Right? Always start off with a namespace. Thank you. No. That one. Public partial class. Twitch chat service. Oh. Oh my. No way.
Oh my.
Cheer queue, DQ, async, no. 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 And I don't think I need a while here. Really? Connect to the Twitch pub sub and listen for cheer messages. There we go. Okay. Sure. Okay. Is that what I did over here? Client ID authorization, you know. Yeah, and then it's logging in as me. It's my channel, so okay. Sure. Okay. Is that it? Is that the thing? Connect async? Yeah. Okay. No way. I think we're missing something. There's several somethings here. Give me that model. Why don't you like this? No, I don't want it as a partial method. This I probably want... Is the chat service marked as disposable? It's an I-hosted service. So when stop is called, stop here. And we can also listen to the shutdown. Right, I have a shutdown cancellation token source. Okay. Right, see where'd it get that token? Where'd you get that token? Let's think about this. All right, maybe that's okay. But I think we want to have a protected. Oh no. Client web socket. Yeah. Right? That's not how you spell. I want that. But I didn't spell it right. So fix it now. Thank you. I'm going to double check the documentation on this. So I'm going to change this to, yeah. Cheer WebSocket equals new client WebSocket. And I don't know about the rest of this stuff. Yeah. I think well, if the cancellation token that's being passed in is the cancellation token source, which is being called in shutdown, being called in yeah, shutdown cancel, and it is implementing dispose. Is that somewhere else that it's implementing dispose? That it's asking to... I don't see it. That's not the right one. So... I'm not sure. I'm going to go look at the docs. Verify this is how you do those things. So no. PubSub. I've never used Twitch PubSub, so let's learn about this. It's been migrated to Event Sub. Okay, give me Event Sub then. I don't care. Following transport methods: webhook, WebSocket, conduits. I'm using WebSocket. Great. How do I subscribe to... Connect to Event Sub, WSS, Twitch TV. See? Okay. That looks right. Optionally specify keep alive timeout. Okay. Normal flow of messages. Connect, create subscription, notification, session reconnect. Okay. By default, you have 10 seconds from the time you receive the welcome message to subscribe to an event, unless otherwise specified when connecting. Ugh. The client must respond to standard WebSocket ping frames with a standard WebSocket pong. Why not use TwitchLib? TwitchLib is out of date. Notification message. Wow. Reconnect message. Okay. Revocation message. Close message. Which events am I subscribed to? Yeah. Type, version, condition, transport. That's a webhook. Authorization. You must use a user access token only. Got one. If the request fails to use an app access token, the request fails if you use an app access token. I've got a user token. Subscription types topic lists the scope requirement for each event. If the event doesn't specify a scope, you must create a user access token with no scope. Yeah, I've got one of those. To subscribe to channel subscribe events, broadcaster must grant your app permission to get users. Okay. Help me out with this, Go-Pilot. I'm frustrated and... yeah. Don't think that's right. That's exactly what I'm going to do, DGen 1. Yes. Right? Close this. So you can tell Copilot to fetch documentation. And I'm going to add context. Help finish this monitor cheer messages method so that we listen for cheers on the current channel and raise an on premium message received event when a cheer is received. So it's going to read the documentation. I wrote it in ask mode. I didn't do it in agent mode. I should have done it in agent mode. Oh, look at all this nonsense. Implement it. Go. And then we'll take a look and learn more about how Twitch does this. I am almost out of time. What do we got? Wow, it generated a lot of code. Yep, didn't need $1 up there. I get it. Session ID is null. Cheer WebSocket receive async. So we connected, and we need to listen for that first welcome message it was saying. Yeah. Session welcome. Payload session ID. Okay. Failed to obtain session. Subscribe to channel cheer event for this channel. Channel cheer version 1. We'll have to double check that. And then listen for events. Okay. Receive async. Handle the keep alive. Continue. Handle the cheer. We also need to handle ping pong requests on the WebSocket. Go. Right now, let's just double check up here. Keep alive ping. With a standard pong. Okay. I guess that's all right. I want to tell Copilot to do a little refactoring here, because I'm seeing the same pattern over and over, and I'd like to move each one of these into their own method. Can you refactor the detection of metadata and execution of follow-up code into a switch statement with separate methods for each message type we want to handle. This way, right, we'll have our one method here that's doing, hey, I'm listening for messages here. There we go. Right, instead of having everything mashed up in one place here. Right, this gets a little bit more human readable for us. So this I think makes a little bit more sense for how we think about writing code. So there's the welcome message. Subscribe to the cheer event. Listen for events. So when it gets an event, parse it into a document, get the metadata, try to get the message type. If you can't get those, just continue. Message type, it was message type prop, and then we're going to switch on it. And now, right, this feels, for our human eyes, like an easier way to manage this, right? Handle session keep alive, handle ping, handle notification async, right? So if we go into there, and if it is a cheer, we're going to get the username, we're going to get the message, we're going to get the bits, and we're going to create some arguments and then raise the event. I'd like to fire and forget this. Yes, you can switch over strings. This is actually pattern matching. Yeah, we're switching over a string and getting values. We could do this with pattern matching as well. Right? Can this be refactored to use pattern matching? Right? There's a way to do this. And, right? Just go refactor that real quick. No. Oh, actually, that is a little bit better. So in the notification, make sure that the payload is subscription and the type is channel cheer. Right? Then, and we've already got all that worked out. So we've already tested this up above. So we can... Where's it using? Yeah, we've already got that. Yep. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we can rename this to handle cheer. Because we know it's a cheer. Right? Because we put that pattern matching in there to double check exactly what it is. So, cool. Next. Need to validate all this. So when it does the subscribe here, let's move this into its own event. Into its own method, yes. Yeah, subscribe to cheer event. I like that name. Good. And there we're starting to listen for events. Let's take this. Yep. Let's do... Nope, wrong one. Extract method. And we'll call this handle welcome. There we go. So now my monitor cheer messages is setting up the socket, going in and right very clearly handle the welcome message, subscribe to the cheer event, right? And here, this is all this, parse out the JSON that's being sent here. And then handle and call those different message type handlers appropriately based on the type that's passed in. Much more readable, much more manageable, so that when we do go and add, hey, I want to handle subscriptions to my channel, it becomes just another entry here and another method below, instead of editing this method and trying to figure out how to do the various things inside of it. So, okay. Hey, Sean, how you doing there? That's not bad. Oh, I wanted to check to make sure that it was actually doing things the right way. Like the welcome message. Where'd the welcome message go? Right, subscribe to cheer, handle welcome message. Like, let's make sure that that actually uses the format Twitch is requiring. Welcome message. Metadata, message type, session welcome. Yes. So, right, we loaded in the documentation with that fetch command, and it generated this nicely. And message type, get string equals session welcome. I don't see that. Out var message type. Oh, yes. The value is session welcome. Yes. Session ID is doc root element, get payload, get session, get ID. There we go. And then get that string value. Okay, that looks good. The keep alive message. If we don't receive an event, we're going to need to reconnect. And all that's doing is saying task completed task. Hey, Da Vinci Dev, how you doing? I think we should keep a date time on that. No. Last keep alive. It can be local time, that's fine. So when keep alive fires, yeah, right there. Yep, do that. Thank you. So while this while loop is going on, we're going to check if it's been too long since the last keep alive. Sure. And then reconnect. I think that works. You got a renewed dual MVP. Congratulations, Sean. Yeah, if you're in chat and you're a Microsoft MVP, you've just got your renewal, go ahead and let us know there in chat. We want to celebrate. We want to celebrate. There it is. Congratulations. So the Microsoft MVPs do so much for our tech community, generating content, hosting hosting events, user groups, promoting, teaching, showing folks how to work with the products. So big thanks to the folks who are MVPs. Yeah. Sean, drop me a line on Discord. I have an opportunity for you. I don't think it's 5 minutes. But where's the keep alive timeout? Keep alive timeout seconds. There it is. It's in the welcome message. So let's put a time span up here. Time span, keep alive interval. I'll start it as 5, and then in the handle welcome message here. Keep alive. What? Yeah. Private time span. Yeah. Oh, I made this a static. I don't know. From seconds, doc root element, payload session, keep alive interval. Payload session, no. See that? A good thing I grabbed that. Keep alive timeout seconds. There we go. Payload session, keep alive timeout seconds. Okay, good. And we're going to get int 32 on that, John. Good. All right. That returns the session ID, but I'm setting keep alive interval directly, and that's fine. That's kind of a violation, but that's okay. So now, where did the keep alive go? Right, there was like a... There we go. Right there. Greater than keep alive interval. Yep. No, make that total seconds. Thank you. Oh, yeah, no CFPs? Oh, man. Twitch does have good reach. So does YouTube. So does YouTube. Okay, so I have my keep alive. The other part was subscribing to the cheer event. Let's make sure this thing works correctly. So, subscribe payload. Oh, no. Right, where'd it go? Okay. Notification, reconnect, revocation, close. Subscription limits. Yeah, where was it? Keep alive, notification, revocation. Don't stop highlighting. Yes, how do we subscribe? Welcome message, yeah. subscribing to events. Okay. Type field which identifies the event you're subscribing to. I think it's this. Version. To use the first definition that Twitch defined, you'd set the version to 1. Okay. Condition, broadcaster user ID to the broadcaster's ID. Okay. Transport field, which tells Twitch the transport WebSocket and the session ID to the session ID field to, yep, okay. So version 2 condition, broadcaster user ID, monitor user ID. Let's make sure this is... Where's it getting user ID? It's in the user info data. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Yep. Yep. Okay. So we're going to it's a new object with type session.subscribe, subscribe payload. Serialize it, send it async. I think that works. But I don't see... I guess that works. Okay. Channel cheer, yeah. Does it show me status? Okay. Does it show me the events that I can subscribe to? Subscription types. Channel cheer. A user cheers on the specified channel. Okay. All right. We got that. And I'm a little bit over on my time, but I'm going to button this up here. Monitor clip creation. Where's that called? Up in here. Let's do that. That makes sense. I'm okay with that. And generate that. Done. You snoozed ads? Okay. I think that's it. We should log the cheer event. What is event? No. I guess that's all right. Because it'll be the payload of that. And I feel like this should be async. Like, right? I forget how to run an event handler asynchronously. I forget. How can I fire and forget this event? With task run? Sure, go ahead and do that. Yeah, right there. So it'll just do it. That way, I'm not waiting on the things happening behind the scenes. So now I'll go over to my service, right? That's the inner bits of this whole thing. So here, Twitch.on premium message received. I'm okay with that. And we'll raise our own event. No, I want that event. What are you going to do? Simplifying. Sure. Is that a thing? I don't think it is. No. I could... No, don't snooze. Don't snooze. I appreciate it, but... let's call this handle premium message. Yeah. Right? Yep, no. I don't want a local. I want to generate a method. You're not going to let me generate a method. Okay. Good, yes. Create that. Thank you. I'm going to create an interface. Not yet. And actually, I can... Sure, go ahead and do that, which means I can get rid of this one. And I can simplify this even more. Yeah, inline. Now... Right, I think I can just drop that to... Yeah. Let's move you somewhere else. Right, like here's the different things. So I'm going to introduce an interface for the various features so that they can be notified that a cheer happened and do something. Premium messages from sub? No, premium message is a cheer in Twitch. On YouTube, it's a super chat. Features, models, services. Where's that interface? Public interface. I handle premium message. Put that in its own over here. You need to know what that is. Cool. Close that. Close that. Close that. Don't need you, because I know how to do this. I handle premium message. Implement that. There it is. And I'll wire up an event handler so that when that event is triggered, it goes and does a thing. Ba, 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 ba. So here, what I'm gonna do, no, what's the format? Shift Alt F. No, that didn't work. 4H. No. I handle premium message. Right, so that is an I handle premium message. Why don't you like that? Can it only appear? What? Come here. Change this to yeah. Right, and this is just going to do there we go. Sure. Back over here. Sure. I thought I had a logger available here, don't I? I guess not. That's fine. And we'll just do that. Can we do that? I guess so. So then go back to down here. Right, and I can see there's a, see the yellow indicator right here? That lets me know that, hey, this is where the code is I was working on. And we're writing the message to the UI there. Cool. I think that's... I think that's what I'm looking for. I'll wire up the rest of events and things later. But for now, that was a really good rumble through in getting that feature working. But for now, I'm going to wrap things up, get it committed, and we'll come back to work on that feature next time. Another key feature that I need to build here, of course, is the hat command. That's going to be coming in a future feature so that I can shut off my existing bot and roll over and only be using the Charlie bot. So we're getting there. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure writing code with you today. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. If you're watching on YouTube, there's lots more videos available down here, over here, depending on what your YouTube app is that you're watching. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to. I'm going to get you over to looking down the list here. Let me get you over to Code Rushed. Adding Azure OpenAI support to a project that he's working on. Fantastic. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back next week. Lots more code to write. And we're getting ready for our workshop on Friday the 18th. We're going to learn how to use AI inside of our .NET applications. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's prizes we're giving away. Sponsors are involved. I hope you come by and join us for a full day of coding and education on the 18th. But until then, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care. Hit the button. Why aren't you? Go! Chow! Chow!